Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and hello. Righto, so here we are again. We're back playing Valheim as Harry Balzac. There was the Midsummer update, came out I think yesterday or maybe the day before, where they introduced a few new building options, as well as to being able to craft a maypole, new banner pieces and a flower crown. So I have done a little bit since the last stream. I'm stuck on the chair. Righto. So in the last stream we went over to the swamp over here and cleared out the 3 crypts. Off screen I did sort of go around the swamp. I mapped it out a bit more and I found 2 more crypts. Didn't touch them whatsoever, and on our way back to base from then I noticed that there was another swamp down here towards the south end of the starter island. I have gone down there and mapped it out. Again, I haven't touched anything down there. I found 3 crypts down there, and along the way I found a few other burial chambers, troll caves, grey dwarf spawners and what have you. I found this Draugr village on the way back in the last stream. So what I've done off screen was burn through a bit of wood to get a bit of coal. I've also smelted down all the iron that we actually gathered, so it should be up in this box. We ended up with math. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 168. That's actually enough to upgrade everything to iron, without upgrading the iron itself, or the iron parts, armor, weapons, shield, what have you, any further. So I think what I'm gonna do today, oh yeah, so I will show you, I have thrown down a maypole, so I need to get my hammer. That was one of the things that they brought in with the midsummer update, was to being able to craft a maypole. I'll just grab my hammer, and if you go into furniture, I believe it is, there it is, 10 wood, 4 dandelion, 4 thistle, which is, yeah, it brings up the comfort level of, yeah, where you've put it. It'll bring it up by 1, I believe. I had to pull this throne forward a little bit, just because where I placed it underneath the window there, it just wasn't close enough to the fire. So any time that I sat in it, I was outside of the comfort zone. I've also gone through and fermented a few more potions and everything like that as well. And I went off and sold a bunch of stuff so I could get myself, where is it, the Diverger circlet, which I might actually swap over. So first thing I want to look at is the iron scale mail. I think every piece is 20 iron. So 20 iron for the helmet, 20 iron for the greaves, and 20 iron for the scale mail. I think it's also 2 d-hide each. 20 iron for the axe, 20 for the huntsman's bow, 20 for the mace, 20 for the iron pickaxe, and 30 for the sledge, and 20 for the iron sword. I just want to have a quick look at damage and durability and everything like that, and compare it to my level 3, which I think the durability is better for the bronze sword, but this is a level 3 bronze sword as well. So it's one of those things. It's I really would like to get a bit more iron before I start yeah, upgrading to the iron armor and everything as well. While mapping out the rest of this crypt, I decided to take on the abominations. So I've got a bit of this root as well, so I want to have a look at, I think it's in the normal workbench. The helmet, the root mask, It's resistant to poison, so I could swap over to the iron scale mail and the greaves, and then just leave the helmet for now and use the root mask. And I should be right to go in and suss out the swamp and be a little bit more, not careless. Don't want to be careless in a swamp, because that's just one way to get fucked over. But I can be a little bit more, or breathe a little bit easier. Where is it? There it is. So we'll craft that up. And we'll craft up the greaves and the scale mail as well. So I'll need 4 deer hide. I don't think I needed anything. Yeah. Can I make it? Yeah, I can. Yeah, sweet. So durability 1000, armor 14. Yeah, there's just no question about it. Let's swap to the mask as well. Yeah, sweet. We will throw this stuff into this chest here. In the past stream I did also craft the nails needed to make the longboat. So I think we'll have a look at that as well, what we need to craft it. Long ship, 100 nails, 10 deer hide, 40 fine wood, 40 ancient bark. I think I've actually, yeah, I've got everything to do that, so grab all that. Throw, shit. We'll only take what we need, because what we'll do is we'll just TP over I'm gonna have to grab fire arrows, which I should probably make some more. Just to help out with if we come across any abominations or anything like that. Because yeah, even if when I was using the fire arrows before, it was still taking quite a while to put the abominations down. But yeah, fire definitely seemed to be working. So I've got enough potion mead, poison resistance mead, if I need it. Hopefully with the mask I don't need it a lot. Got the healing mead. So what I also did off screen as well was I had a fob set up here. I went over there and basically dismantled it and travelled back here and set it up at the boar farm. So I think one of the issues I was having with my boar farm is they weren't taming quickly. So I basically sat down out of their range and just waited for them to tame. I did have the 1-star and just a normal one. They both tamed pretty quick once I was actually in render. As soon as they popped out a baby, it was a 1-star straight away, so I got rid of the normal one. And yeah, so I've got the 2 1-stars at the moment, which I'll actually change this one to breeder as well. Just that way I know not to kill those 2. And yeah, once I've got more boars happening, I will expand that farm over there. So what I want to do is still got that boat there, but yeah, we won't be using it anymore. Now that I've got the materials needed to craft the long ship, it's, yeah, a bit pointless to have that boat anymore. I will keep it there anyway. I do want to build a dock here at some point. But yeah, what I want to do is head back to the swamp and basically clear out the last 2 crypts that I found. And then what we'll do is we'll even build the boat here and then sail everything back. I'm gonna just, yeah, no point having the flint head arrows on me if I'm gonna be using the fire arrows. So yeah, let's just, I should head back to base. I did come across a few other wraiths. I got enough chains to be able to make my forge upgrades. The forge bellows, which, yeah. So my forge is currently level 6 at the moment because I've got the tool rack, the anvils, and the forge cooler placed down. So yeah, I'll just sleep through the night and we'll head over to the swamp. "19 minutes of well rested." Might just quickly up the sound. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't sort of drown out my voice. Big berries can piss off, stone can piss off. Yeah, one of the abominations that I was fighting was around here, so there's a few bits and pieces here that it knocked away. Or destroyed. I think there was even a few grey dwarfs and everything that it just managed to destroy. So what we'll do is we'll just throw this stuff into the chest here. Doesn't matter if it's raining, we're gonna get wet in the swamp anyway. So yeah, we'll just head off towards where those other those other crypts are. And what I might actually do is just sort of go around the swamp. After going through and mapping out the entire swamp here and on the south side, well, the south end of the starter island with 1 star, I didn't find any circling spawners, so we'll have to find another swamp. Well, I know where another swamp is, it's here. And it is pretty long, so hopefully there's a circling spawner there somewhere. I wouldn't mind having a circling spawner, like a farming place set up for the circling spawners. It's a good way to get circling cores and coal. Just need to dig out the spawner. Save. Yeah, definitely a good way to get your circling cores and your coal by digging out the circling spawner, so they basically just spawn straight into water. Might be a crypt up there. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep dumping rocks, wood, resin and everything like that. At the moment I don't need it, I'm not in a desperate search for it, or yeah, desperate need for those, so I want to keep my load as light as possible. But if I see turnip seeds, I will grab it. So yeah, if we check our map, the first crypt is over this way. Shit. Of course. I really should be leveling up my mace as well. since I will be using a mace against bone mass. Which we have found the spot for bone mass, so I guess that's going to be another swamp. Which probably can't hurt going and mapping it out. There might be certain spawns over there, so get rid of this. Body pile over here. And I'm gonna die. Oh, that was close. Alright, I can't really. That's an elite. Let's get the fuck out of dodge. I don't think I can actually block these guys at the moment. Oh shit. No, I cannot. So we're gonna try to cheese it. Arrows from everywhere. Oh, way. Put this stuff away so we can run a little bit faster. Turnip seeds, yep, thank you. Oh, shit. Yeah, I get it, buddy, I get it, you're on the ass. I can get to the crypt, I might be able to jump on top of it and cheese it that way. Maybe. What's in here? One-star bow. Archer. There's the elite over there, so me. Ah, yeah. Shit. Gotta love it. The swamp. Righto, so since we're back here, we will grab a bit more food. May as well smash a poison resistance mead. And yeah, we'll just go around the swamp through the Black Forest. Excuse me. We'll try to stay out of the swamp as much as possible until we can just run straight to where I died. Yeah, if that Draugr Elite didn't spawn in, I would have been fine. But no. It doesn't happen that easily. Not on my streams anyway. Got a blood bag. Please. See, I know I'm not really sticking outside of the swamp, but it's close enough. Righto, so where did I die? Over there, there's a skeleton just there. I need to keep an eye on my stamina as well. Oh, wow. Fuck me. Yeah, let's just not worry about it. Should zoom the map in a little bit. There. Okay, how's my stamina? Okay, got everything. What I should do is just can't get on. So what we'll do is we'll just go in, put everything back on. What we might actually do inside the crypt is swap to our helmet light. That way we get a bit more light in here. As I say that, I'll just destroy the two torches at the front. So there's no chest in here. There's a chest there, so we might use this room. yeah, we'll sort of start from in here. That way we can use the chest to store shit. Where are you going? So yeah, we'll clear out the room of anything that we can pick up, and then yeah, we'll just throw it into here. But I don't need the ooze, I don't need the bones, and I don't need the trophy. Yeah, let's just start. Out of it. Let's start. Go into that room, so we'll start off on this side. Until we can actually get in. See if there's going to be a room or not. Completely dig out this pile here. I think that's another room in there. And that's another room in there. Okay, cool. So we'll dig out this and yeah, just go from there. What are we sitting at? 16. Once we've cleared out these two cribs, all those deaths, yeah, once we clear out these two cribs, there's nothing here that's keeping me from keeping this fob down here, especially when I've got a over at the once we've cleared out these two crypts, we should just yeah, take down the fob, throw it into the boat, the longship, and make our way over to where bone mass is. and then set up a fire over there. Out of 30. Another room in there. Cool. How many? There's 3 crypts down here as well. No, what we'll do is, yeah, we'll head over to where Bone Mass is, set up a fob over there. And then just, yeah, if we want to, we can set up another portal at the south end of the starter island and knock out those crypts down there. Should have put like one of those epileptic warnings at the start of my stream. That light is going to get a bit much, especially when it strobes like that. Turning out to be a pretty big crypt compared to the other ones that I've done. Well, I don't think I've actually come across something like this before. Yeah, big staircase like this in a crypt. I'll just quickly. Okay, that light's really starting to piss me off. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll head back to where that chest was, dump off what we've already mined out, and then yeah, we'll suss out that staircase. Oh, right. Just trying to think of stuff that'll weight-wise. Okay, so that might keep it a bit down. And my axe, well, pickaxe is almost broken as well, so we'll run back to those staircases, try to get through there, see if it'll actually lead. No, it doesn't lead anywhere. But yeah, we'll just dig out this as much as we can before our pickaxe breaks, and we'll have to make a run back to the fob, portal back to base, and repair shit. There it is. Righto. And while we're actually heading back to the fob, what we'll do is we'll take back anything can. It's not going to overweigh us. So I'll put the root mask back on, just in case. And yeah, we'll just book it back to the fob. Did I go through? No, okay, I've got enough. Getting ahead of myself. I've got to be careful of what's out here as well. Blob. What's that glowing over there? Oh, it's an ooze. Damn, that's a body pile. I can get rid of this body there. Shit. Maybe not. Fuck. God damn it. How does it run through? Oh, god damn. God damn. Fuck. It's not good. Let's top up on our food. Got 20 seconds left until I can use the Eichthea power again. Wait for our stamina to reach its peak. Our health to reach its peak. And yeah, what we'll do is just book it as soon as we can. Righto. Alright, go out and just fucking run. Okay, so there's that ooze there. Is it an ooze? Yeah. There's Odin. Likes watching people get fucked. Yeah, so one of the abominations that I fought was around here. And I did kind of cheese him a little bit by standing up here on the crypt. But he kept, walking away. So I had to sort of keep chasing him, getting him to aggro on me, and then, running back to that crypt and jumping up on top of it. Did that for quite a while, just using my flaming arrows. And then once he got low enough, I was able to go in and finish him off with my sword. But yeah, there were a few close calls. I originally started off trying to fight him with my sword and just like dodging, rolling out of the way when he took a swing at me. Which definitely worked, but I need to work on my rolling skills, dodging skills. Frustrations on them. Hang on a tick, I'm surprised that workbench is still standing. throw that in there, throw those in there. Iron here. Throw that stuff into that chest. Yeah, since we're heading back to base, I'll just try to empty out my inventory as much as possible. I should plant more turnips as well. I think I planted all the carrots I had for seeds. So I'll grab my cultivator. Yeah, sweet. Definitely need to make a farm somewhere as well. A dedicated farm, not just like a garden patch. Now that I'm getting quite a few seeds, yeah, I need to look into a dedicated farm plots. So what do we end up with? 84 turnip seeds and 84 carrot seeds. No way I'm going to be able to fit both here. What we'll do is we'll just throw that stuff away for now. It's a potion situation 3. Just grab them like that. And I got the rested buff. So we'll just head back to this farm. I want to clear out these 2 crypts. That's what my main focus is on at the moment. There is quite a fair bit of tin around here as well, so once we clear out these crypts, we might spend a little bit of time of collecting up some tin. So yeah, there's just too much here to ignore. Well, too much here to not grab some. The long ship does have a bigger inventory than the normal carve, so there should be plenty of room to grab the iron and get enough tin as well. off with your bone fragments. I think my club has been at 17 for a while. Star leech. So the Draugr Elite. Star Draugr Elite. Yeah, I don't really want to fuck around with him at the moment. But they're fucking cheesy. I will. Can I see the body pile from here? Don't think I can. He did just piss off though, so I might go in for a quick look. Fuck, there he is. That didn't do squat. Wow. I think I've actually checked this chest. Yeah, I have. That's the 1-star Draugr Elite down. But yeah, we'll just get back into the crypt and continue with clearing it out. Okay, so what's left in here? Just the ancient wood. We'll head back to where those stairs were and sort of work back from there. Bits in there, but I don't think I can get in there. It's probably going to backfire on me, but we'll throw the circlet back on. Hey Huawei, sorry I didn't even notice your messages. Oh, I've probably been on for... I'm not too sure, man. Yeah, here's a very Australian specific sort of very Australian political. I wouldn't call it piano, but yeah. A lot of the stuff that he talks about is very critical of one of the political parties in Australia. Like, I'm not sure if you were aware, but we just recently had an election, like a national election, and we've had the same political party in power for a good 9 years, and yeah, they're just very, very corrupt. Completely fucked us over. Might be the audio settings again, man. Is that any better? Oh no, it might have been on my end, man. Check. Check. How's that? Is that a bit better, or it might be a bit too full on now? Yeah, okay, sweet. But yeah, as I was saying, like the political party that was in for a good 9 years, they privatised a lot of stuff. Which has in turn just fucked over a lot of things. They're very similar. Well, I want to say that they're very similar to the Republican Party in the States, but yeah, I'm not too familiar. As much as I do sort of follow what's going on in the States, yeah, I'm not too experienced with what's going on. I just know that, yeah, the last, 4 years has kind of been some of the scariest stuff, especially as an Australian. Just watching what's going on over there, it's, yeah, made a lot of people worried in the world. I've been following along with the January 6th hearings that they're doing, the live hearings. That's why I'm sort of streaming so late at the moment, because I was, when they started yesterday or last night, when they were airing over there, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning here. Oh man, so much was going on with Friendly Geordies. So Friendly Geordies himself, that channel, the producer actually had a special police task force called a fixated persons unit. So this fixated persons unit is mainly dealing with domestic terrorists, people of concern who will actually like commit domestic terrorism and everything like that. But what came about to get Friendly Geordies sued was they were doing this piece on one of the state's deputy premiers. Like the deputy premier himself owned one of those Airbnbs where Jordan Shanks, the fellow who talks in those videos, in the Friendly Geordies videos, he actually rented out the Airbnb and did a video on it and everything like that. And he's done a few other videos as well where he was just calling out this particular person's corruption and the bullshit that's going on with him. It got to a point where they were in Parliament discussing something, and as Parliament ended, the producer himself of the channel just happened to be down the road, I think at his university or something like that, and he was just walking past, saw old matey and tried to ask him a few questions and everything like that. Which in turn got this particular MP to call up one of his mates and basically he wanted this special police unit that focuses on domestic terrorism and everything like that to try to find something that they could use to arrest this person. And once that video came out of Jordan Shanks at old matey's Airbnb as well, he wanted that particular police force to do like a bug sweep of his Airbnb, which they turned around and said, no, it's going to cost, you know, tens of thousands of dollars to do that bug sweep. And yeah, the Jordan Shanks dudes actually did go to court, which they themselves won because they were trying the particular person who was in charge of this police force was, yeah, the judge basically threw the whole case out, saying that as police officers, all this shit should be just water off a duck's... Yeah. But yeah, there was a particular video that they did where they actually showed the person who was in charge of this particular police force come to this fella's house and arrest him and everything like that. There was a huge parliamentary inquiry into it and everything like that, and it got to a point where this particular politician sued Google for allowing those types of videos on their platform. Just, yeah, it was basically, you know, oh, this person's calling me bad names, and you didn't stop him from doing it. I think he won like 750, no, not 750, I think he only won like 75 grand out of it. But yeah, there's this whole parliamentary inquiry into it and everything like that, and yeah, it was full on. But yeah, basically an abuse of power on their behalf. You know, this politician called up one of his mates and told his mate that this person was making videos, making it out that I'm a bad person, I want you to do something about it. And we have something over here called the Freedom of Information Act, where any reporter, journalist, random bloke can go into somewhere, Parliament House or an MP's office, a business, and they can invoke this Freedom of Information Act to obtain documents. And the Jordan Shanks people, they used that to get all the documents that were involved in the Special Persons Unit, the Fixated Persons Unit, sorry, all to do about their case. And one of the documents that they read was just basically like a correspondence between the main investigator and I think it was one of the, like, maybe the assistant director to that state's police commissioner, saying that, oh yeah, we're going to be following these people around to try to get them on anything. And when they say anything, they were looking at like jaywalking or just the very small menial sort of things. And yeah, one of the other documents that they obtained pretty much showed since the inception of this Fixated Persons Unit, they've made, I think it was like 400 and something odd cases where at least 89% of it was basically following around YouTubers or people who were critical of politicians. Yeah, it's a very gross abuse of power. But yeah, we've got a new government now, which in the, I think they've been in power for just over a month or so. No, a bit longer than that. And yeah, in those month and a bit since have been in power, they've just absolutely shown how incompetent the previous administration was in the 9 years that they were in power. Australia's relationship with France was basically non-existent. under the last administration. And then, yeah, since the new administration has come in, our relationship with France is being repaired. Like, the French president has actually called up our new prime minister and, you know, congratulated him, and they're setting up a meeting. Oh, they're getting pretty close, Huawei. That's for sure. They're getting pretty close. Yeah, nowhere near as your Republicans, but getting close, that's for sure. Oh, um, I was, yeah, there was, when we were talking about who I watch on YouTube the other day, one of the people that I don't think Rupert Murdoch basically owns the Liberal Party over here. The media owns the Liberal Party over here. Which, yeah, they tried to do a huge smear campaign on Anthony Albanese, but the worst that they could do was, he's a nice enough bloke, but I can't see him as Prime Minister. That was the worst that they could come up with against our new leader. I saw something the other day, I think it was yesterday, or maybe last night, where, yeah. Yeah, over in Australia, at least a good 85 to 90% of our media, especially in Queensland, the state that I live in, is all Rupert Murdoch media. Same with New South Wales. Yeah. Yeah, the media over here is basically three different people. Rupert Murdoch, an Aussie fella, and the Liberal Party. The ABC over here in Australia is funded by the government, and they get to appoint who's the CEO of ABC, basically. So if they don't like who's running the ABC over here, they can basically fire that person. Yeah. It's a bit ironic how, you know, he calls Biden for being a pedophile when wasn't it he who said that he would marry his own daughter or some shit if he wasn't related to her? Yeah, they're not really a news program, are they? They're more like, I think I saw something about Tucker Carlson getting around defamation or some shit because, yeah, Rupert Murdoch is an Australian, yeah. I think it's from Sydney or Melbourne. Yeah, yep, yep. Yeah, I thought it was Trump who said that out about his own daughter. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna die again. God save. Yeah, very, very sick man. Sick in the head, that's for sure. Yeah, yeah, I voted Labour. Voted, so yeah, our voting system is, yeah, it's a bit out of whack because you have, when you go to vote, you have your local people that you vote for, which is still like you're either voting Liberal or Labor, but then you're voting for state-wise as well. Huge. There's a huge amount of independence as well. Independent parties as well. There's so we've got Labor and Liberals, and then we've got the Australian National Party, which the last administration was governed by the Coalition, which was basically Liberals and the Australian National Party. And then you've got another minority sort of group called the Greens, which is a party in itself. But then you have There's another smaller party, which is like I can't remember what they call themselves, but they're like Pauline Hanson's party. And then you have another party, the Australian fucking whatever party. And then you have like your shooters and fishers party. Then you have the legalized cannabis party. Yeah. So you've got, when you go in to vote, you get handed these 2 slips of paper. One that's only like, about 25 centimeters by like maybe 10 centimeters. I wouldn't even say it's like A4 size. And on that piece of paper, you have the major parties that you have to label 1 through 6. So your preferred choices and everything like that. That's basically your state level. And then you have your another sheet of paper. No, that's your local. The 1 through 6 is like your local sort of, yeah, people that you vote for. And you have, your Liberals, your Labours, your Greens, your Pauline Hanson party, Australian. It's basically Clive Palmer's party. Clive Palmer's kind of like a mining magnate who tried to get into politics, and yeah, it was this past election he spent over $100 million on political ads and everything like that, and he didn't get a single seat in Parliament. But yeah, on this other sheet of paper that you get given, it's almost like a good 50 centimeters long, and it just names all the parties, major, minority, independents, just whoever's putting their hand up basically. And yeah, there's a line where if you're voting above the line, you only have to vote 1 through 6, I believe. But if you're voting below the line, you can vote 1 through 12. And it comes down to what parties have sort of teamed up and said, okay, so if we get this many votes, those votes will go towards your vote tally. So that's why you've got like coalitions forming, like the Liberal Party and the National Party. They teamed up, so if they got the amount of seats required to win the election, they both would have been governing. Like, so the leader of the Liberal Party would have been the Prime Minister. The leader of the National Party would have been the Deputy Prime Minister. And I think the amount of seats that a party has to win for them to actually form government is 75. But if they want to have the majority in the House, they need 76. But because the party that wins has to nominate a speaker, if they still want the majority, as well as nominating a speaker, they need 77 seats. If a party doesn't get the amount required, I think so, Huawei. I know that he owns a lot of the news outlets over here as well. Like, so over here, Sky News and Fox and all that, you can only see that on cable, like paid. But there are also free-to-air channels over here that he owns as well. As well as a lot of like newspapers he owns as well. I think he owns a few like universities and shit over here as well. Yeah, I was reading an article today about something going on in a Murdoch university. Yeah, the Murdoch media over here in Australia, they back the Liberals. And yeah, it was basically the Murdochs getting in the Liberals' ears about trying to take Google to court because they were having ads of particular news outlets and news stories on their websites, but those said news outlets weren't seeing any revenue from it. Shit. So there was this whole thing about, yeah, the Australian government taking on Google because one particular person wasn't making money. And yeah, it just basically came down to, you know, this particular person getting in the administration's ear and saying, you need to do something about it so I can make more money. Yeah, where journalism over here is in a pretty fucked up situation. People can get sued or put into jail if they said the wrong thing. Which, yeah, in Jordan Shank's case, you know, he called this dude a bit of a derogatory term, which really wasn't derogatory. It was just because he hurt this person's feelings. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I died. Oh, isn't that the truth, Huawei? It's kind of a bit synonymous with his name, isn't it? You can just see corruption and Rupert Murdoch hand in hand skipping down the beach. Or, you know, it's the old Scrooge McDuck, where Rupert Murdoch is diving into a big pool of corruption. Oh, don't get me wrong, Huawei, about Labour. Labour itself definitely has some dodginess to it. Like for example, there's in Queensland itself. So Queensland is led by Labour. And there's this situation going on at the moment where an ex-deputy is being investigated through I'm not entirely sure what they call it, but I think you guys had a similar situation over there where there were a couple politicians who put stock into the vaccine or something because they knew that they were going to make money. Something to do with stock trading or whatever it is. Like they knew the market was gonna sort of go bust or some shit. So they either put money in or took money out so they didn't lose it. But yeah, over here, that ex-deputy, similar situation. She knew that there was going to be some developing of properties over here. So she sold a property of hers, or she bought a property before the announcement was made. And then once the announcement was made, she sold the property, I think it was like 3 or 4 times the amount that was originally being proposed or some shit. So they had like, they've got this whole big crimes corruption commission going on with it. And there's 3 Liberals and 4 Labor MPs on it. Oh yeah. Actually, there's one of the minor parties do actually believe that. The Clive Palmer United Australian Party, I think they call them. It's called. Yeah, the fella that spent like a good 100 million on all these election campaign ads and everything like that was very much geared towards against lockdowns, against vaccines and everything like that. Like there was, during the election campaign, there were a lot of ads on YouTube, billboards, newspapers, TV shows where, yeah, it was just that particular party spouting off bullshit. And yeah, he even went so far as to sue the state of Western Australia because they wouldn't let him into the state during a state lockdown because he wanted to set up a mining business over there. He tried suing the state for like 40 million or something like that. And the Liberals originally were helping him out. We're getting behind him because, yeah, Western Australia is kind of... It's almost like a different world to Australia altogether, but yeah, they were just doing so much better than the east side of Australia. And yeah, the Liberals who were in power at the time that this was going on got behind him because Western Australia were doing so much better than, yeah, the East Coast. It's kind of like in the States how I think it's within the top 10 states that did the worst during the pandemic. 8 of them were Republican-led states, and it's very similar to over here. The states that did the worst during the pandemic were Liberal states, and the ones that did the best were Labor. How is there a dude in that fucking pile? Don't want that, don't want that, don't want that. Yeah, I think over in Western Australia, there are still some COVID mandates going on. Like most of all the other states have relaxed everything, like mask mandates, vaccine mandates and everything like that. I think Queensland still has a few other things, like, yeah, vaccine mandates and everything like that. And they've only just sort of scrapped the vaccine mandates. And I think over in Western Australia, because Western Australia is so far apart from the rest of Australia as well, they were kind of like a couple weeks behind the other states in getting the waves. So like the Delta wave and the Omicron wave and everything like that. I think they're only just relaxing the mask mandates over in Western Australia. In certain areas. I think even in Queensland, in certain areas, you still have to wear masks. Like, I know in hospitals in Queensland, you have to wear masks. And yeah, you're only limited so many people, so many visitors. Yeah, yeah. Like, I think there's ads over here that are like suggesting you wear, like if you're going to a crowded place or you're on public transport, it's suggested that you wear masks, but it's not mandatory. Shit, too heavy. Yeah. Yeah, well now, I suppose a good percentage of the population is vaccinated. And, you know, we kind of got the whole quarantine situation down to a science. It's not as bad as what it was when it first started. Yeah, same. It's like I say, you know, people are fucked, but the person's alright. I don't do groups well sober. Fuckers following me. Ouch. Yeah, even when I was living down on the Gold Coast, chefing, I'd hardly ever like went out drinking. Yeah, I'd just, oh, I think it was maybe a month before lockdown started. I quit my job and I went up and spent a couple weeks at a mate's place. Up near Cairns. Because, yeah, he was about to move over to the States. Because his fiancée had moved back home, New Mexico. Not sure where. Which, yeah, he actually had to put his move on hold because of travel restrictions and everything like that. And yeah, I think I'd been home for maybe 2 weeks. And so like this is I had a break from chefing, so I was working in a pet shop. And yeah, I left there, went up and spent time with my mate, came back home and was looking at chefing jobs. And then, yeah, lockdown started and a lot of hospitality areas were going under and closing up shop just because there was no point in staying open. And yeah, it was definitely fucking nuts over here as well. Yeah, I think it was around the time that I was working at that pet shop where Blackie was starting out his channel. And yeah, kind of convinced me to get in and do the same. Yeah, the pet shop that I was working in was a fuck, I'm drawing a blank. It's what, almost midnight. A chain. It was a chain of pet shops that, yeah, are around Australia. And yeah, it was one of the newest built ones. And it had one of the biggest selection of fish out of all the shops. I got right into fish keeping. Back into, I should say. Right back into fish keeping. Bought my first tank. Yeah, I think I've even actually got videos up on YouTube of when that tank arrived and setting it up, and even did like an unboxing from Blackie because he sent me up a my folks had gone down that way and I sent a 20-litre bucket with like a battery operated aerator and just asked him to throw in some goodies for me. And he said he would, on the condition that I'd do an unboxing for him. And then, yeah, 3 years later, I've got 11 tanks. Only 4 set up at the moment, but yeah, there was a stage there where I had 11 tanks set up. But we moved house and didn't have the space for all of them. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've actually got to try to find where I got that music from. Because I think it was just from a free website or something like that. I kind of want to edit together a starting soon, stream starting soon, video, clip, what have you. When I'm doing streams. Like what I've got now, I just got I think it's like an OBS plugin where you can get these overlays and get like if you pay, you upgrade the plugin and you can get better ones, but they've got a few free ones that have got a like a watermark of the program itself. Owned Pro, I believe it is. I want to hit up one of Blackie's sons Abel, because he does a lot of sampling that he sells off to a lot of artists. Yeah, and yeah, I want to hit him up and get him to throw together something for me. Oh, true shit. Yeah, I've got to go back and rewatch season 2. Because yeah, there's a lot there that I've missed. Really want to catch up and watch Jensen Ackles as like an edgy Captain America. Edgelord Captain America. Well, no, he's not an edgelord, he's just a Captain America that's sort of been pushed a bit too far. Pretty sure that the script is now cleared out. I've got to start watching the new Umbrella Academy series season as well. Have you watched the Umbrella Academy? Yeah. Well, it's like the series Vikings. The fella who plays Ragnar Lothbrok, he's an Aussie bloke. But you wouldn't pick it with his accent. Nighttime in the swamp. Just what I like. Nah, I can't do an American accent. I wouldn't even know where to start. What part of America? You want me to do on it? No, that's not even... Nah. Was going to attempt a southern accent. One of the YouTube channels that I watch, Neebs Gaming. Neebs has a very southerner accent. And yeah, I don't know, I think it was his accent that actually got me hooked on that channel. I just, yeah, found his accent intriguing. Need to top up food. Yeah, I found it funny when my, a dingo took my baby. Mate. A dingo took my baby. Fuck, now I'm just... I don't even know what I'm trying. That's not a knife. This is a knife. I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. Yeah. I think I'd have to sit down and try to actually listen to the accent. Nah, New South Wales. Born in the same town that Blackie's living in. All of my siblings were, born in Mullumbimby, where Blackie's living. Motherfucker. Yeah, Blackie even filmed, I think it was my younger brother's birth. Yeah, Blackie's only like 14, 15 years older than me. It's weird, growing up, we moved up and down the coast of Queensland and New South Wales. Yeah, it's a very nice place, nice town. It's getting a bit overrun with the Trustafarians at the moment, because you've got Byron Bay, which is only like 40 kilometres away from Mullum, and you have a lot of the rich people from towns moving, like buying up houses in Byron Bay. So you have a lot of the people who actually work in Byron Bay live outside of Byron Bay because there's no places to rent, there's no places to buy there. So you have a lot of them moving into Mullumbimby or Brunswick Heads, Ocean Shores. There's a lot of small towns around that area. And yeah, just with the situation going in Byron Bay, you have a lot of people, rich city folks, moving into those smaller towns. At the moment, there isn't. When daylight savings is on, there's usually an hour's difference. I believe when daylight savings is on, I believe he's an hour ahead of me. I think there's like... Shit, this is gonna hurt. I think there's like a 5-hour difference between Queensland and Western Australia. Or it might be 4 hours, and then when Western daylight savings is on, there's a 5-hour difference. Yeah, on the map, geographically, where I'm living is more southern than where he's living. Yeah, I really hope so too. I hope she doesn't have to move too far. Like, yeah, Australia's in a housing crisis at the moment, but like as I was saying before, with your trustafarians, a lot of the houses around that way are being bought up by your rich city folks as holiday houses. So for a bit of a reference or for an example, when my grandparents, Blackie's parents, bought the house they're in now, they paid, I think it was 35, 40 grand. Granted, you know, it was a good 30 odd years ago. 30, 35, 40 odd years ago. But yeah, the house next door to them, I think, was on the market for $500,000. There was even a house in Mullumbimby itself, in flood-prone area, that was sold for like, I think, $750,000. Yeah, one of the things about working over in Byron Bay is the celebrity sightings. I was working at a place called the whole business itself is called The Farm, but the restaurant at the farm was called Three Blue Ducks. And I was on the morning shift, so, you know, starting at 5:30, finishing at about 1:30, 1:30, 2 o'clock, depends on how much prep we had. And yeah, there was one day there that the breakfast crew were sort of out the back prepping, and one of the wait staff has come in and said, "Oh, Margot Robbie's just walked in." And yeah, this is before, I think just before or just after she did Suicide Squad, the first one. Yeah, there was a time when the younger Hemsworth brothers walked in. I know Chris Hemsworth has got a house in Byron Bay, same with Liam. Yeah, saw Liam and Miley when they were together. Yeah, that's unreal. They do a lot of share houses over in Byron Bay, where I was working at this hatted restaurant in, yeah, Byron Bay. Oh, so you've heard of Michelin star restaurants. In Australia, we have our own grading system called hats. So like if you work at a hatted restaurant, it's a pretty big deal. If you're a hatted chef, that's even bigger deal. So yeah, I was working at this one hat restaurant with a 3-hatted chef. And yeah, the chef himself owned a restaurant down in Melbourne, and his family was still down there. He was living in Byron Bay, and he was paying, I think it was $350 for a week for a single bedroom in a 3-bedroom house. A cook that I was working with was living in a garage. I think he was paying like $400 to live in a garage. But yeah, he was a bit of a tool. I didn't like him much. Suppose that's the entrance, isn't it? Yep. So I'll just throw this stuff in. Yeah, I'm sure there'd be houses in Byron Bay that, you know, minimum 100, well, not 100, minimum would be like 1 million. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I suppose, mind you, these prices were like probably 4 or 5 years ago as well. Yeah, that's insane. When I was living on the Gold Coast, I was living in a place where it was 620 a week. 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathrooms. But it was in like a resort where they rented out a portion of the units there, and then the rest of it was all like holiday units. Yeah, My younger brother still lives there. I think the price has been put up to like 800 or something. It's a nice place, but I wouldn't... Yeah, I wouldn't justify that much. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, it's a bit hard to decide whether weekly or monthly is better. Because it's like yeah, when I was still living at that 620 bucks a week, if that was turned into monthly, it would have been like probably $2,500 a month. A little bit of change. And yeah, that's not including amenities like electricity, internet or anything like that. Some places you can get you don't have to pay for water. Other places you do. My older brother was, living at this place where there was like a burst pipe in the roof, so it was just leaking water for a good couple of months, and he kept notifying the landlord about it, and nothing was getting done about it. And yeah, it got to the point where he was moving out and they still hadn't done anything about it, and they weren't gonna give his bond back, so they ended up taking him to he took them to the housing commission or the tribunal or whatever they do, where you can dispute shit. And yeah, he ended up getting his bond back, and the cost for actually fixing the roof and the pipe and everything like that, which they were trying to get him to front. But yeah, because it all went to the tribunal, they didn't have anything that they could use. So it worked in his favour. But yeah, I don't think we paid for water at the resort that we were living at, which is a good thing because my younger brother is known for passing out in the shower after a night out. So he'll go out, get fucking tanked, come home, have a shower, and then just lay down while he's in the shower and fucking go to sleep. And he did that one night, and Yeah, it wasn't the best drainage system in that unit. So the whole top floor where our bedrooms and our bathroom was on just was flooded with water. I think he had to pay like a good $600 to fucking get a carpet cleaning fucking company in to clean it all up. Yeah, there's been plenty of times where I've had to wake him up in the shower because he's passed out in there. Oh, that's a fucking troll. Maybe I can aggro the troll to take on that Draugr. Nice. Oh, I should have grabbed some of that iron. That's what I should be doing every time I go back to TP back to base. Bring a stack of the iron with me so it's all there. I don't need the health potions at the moment, so I'll just throw them away. When you did the street tour of Mullum, did you see where Blackie was living? Well, the house. Cause yeah, where his house is like one of the Oh, all good, man. Yeah, no, I was just rambling on about how my younger brother passes out in the shower when he gets drunk. But yeah, when you did your street tour of Mullum? Sweet. Yeah, when you did your street view of Mullum, or tour of Mullum, did you find where the house that Blackie was in? See, I'm not sure it would have shown it, like, because his house is kind of like at the back of the lot. They might not have actually seen the house. Probably would have seen the driveway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when you did your street tour of Mullum. Street view tour, I should say. Like, I assume you're just using Google Maps to do that? Ah, okay, yeah, yep. Yeah, he lives in one of the last streets. If you're heading out of Mullumbimby. Yeah. Yeah, that place got pretty, flooded when the huge floods went through Australia, or the West Coast. Oh yeah, while I think of it, like in the after all the floods happened and everything like that, when the government was sort of handing out relief for the people who got caught in the in the floods, it was only liberal held areas that got relief funds until the government started getting called out on that type of shit. So like there was a town that's only about 60 k's away from Mullumbimby, got flooded as well, but because it was a Labour held seat, they didn't get any funding originally. Which was pretty interesting because it was the Liberal Premier of New South Wales who called out the Prime Minister for that type of fucking skull fuckery. Yeah, the ex-Prime Minister did a tour of Lismore, which is, excuse me, also about, Lismore is about, 60 k's away from Mullum as well, but a bit more inland. It was one of the worst places that was hit during the floods. And when the Prime Minister went there to do his little media sort of blitz, he didn't let the actual media he didn't do any like press conferences with the media. He didn't meet with any of the people that were actually going through the flood. He had a police escort to stop anyone from approaching him, and yeah, it was just, he knew he fucked up. That's why he had the police escort. Because he knew that he was gonna get fucking his ass handed to him. Come on, there's coins there. There we go. There's chests in here. I should leave it like that so I can run around with 420 as my weight. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, nah, not really. Like, I'd sort of more believe that he's too fucked. Like, say, if I was, for example, if I was going out and meeting a couple friends out to go drinking and everything like that, a lot of the times over here, free drinks. So if there was a group of us going out, we'd have pre-drinks before going out. And if someone says, oh no, he's cactus, that means he's too drunk to go out, or he's just too fucked to go out, sort of thing. I wouldn't necessarily think that they were dead. I'd just more think that they were too fucked to sort of go out. Or he's too sick to go out, or... yeah. Not necessarily dead, but probably fucked up to the point that they were like, they thought they should have been dead. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there's definitely some Australian slang that is very, what would the word be? Region specific as well. See, I think that's one misconception about Australia is I think a lot of people think that just kangaroos are just everywhere, like in the streets everywhere, which in some cases it is true. Like I lived up far north Queensland in a place called Flying Fish Point, which was a beach town, and yes, there were wallabies down every single street. But we wouldn't necessarily use a didgeridoo to bore them. We just wrestle them to the ground. Put a harness on them and just ride them like that. No, what is it? It's I think it's Skippy. The show Skippy, where they put like a blade of grass in between their two thumbs and blow on it to make a noise to call them. Where I'm living at the moment, every afternoon there's like a family of wallabies, wallaroos that sit out in the front yard and eat the grass. Yeah, there's a lot of different species of kangaroos too. Like I'm sure you would have seen the video of that dude getting into a fist fight with a kangaroo to save his dog. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that kangaroo in it was a red kangaroo, which is considered to be one of the biggest species of kangaroo in Australia, where some of them can get up to 6 feet tall. And then you have, I think it's your tree kangaroo, which is considered to be one of the smallest. And they're roughly around the size of like a cat. And then you have wallabies, which, yeah, they don't get as tall as your red kangaroos. I think the tallest that they sort of get are around 4 foot. Yeah, that fucking kangaroo. Yeah, yep. Yeah, those things fucking... They look unreal, hey? Those opossums. They look like a big rat. Like an oversized rat. A rat on steroids or something. Yeah, yeah. I knew what you were talking about. The mainland. Yeah. See, we've got possums here, but they're completely different looking to your opossums. Well, I wouldn't say completely different, that's just... Yeah. Not so rat looking. Wait, do you guys have like sugar gliders? I suppose you guys are a bit more lax with your exotic pets that you can own over there. Yeah, I swear I had seen like clips of some Americans with sugar gliders. Are they native to America? Yeah, okay. Wait, so what about like your chipmunks and squirrels? What are they considered to be? Wouldn't they be marsupial? Or are they just rodents? Yeah, okay. What about hedgehogs? I suppose, yeah, as I was saying, like, America is definitely a lot more, open to your, yeah, Dr. Google. Yep. Yeah, America's definitely a lot more open to your exotic animals and species than everything compared to Australia. Ah, okay. I suppose that is like Australia, because, yeah, there's certain states that don't allow, the keeping of koi fish. Each state has its own licensing requirements as well. So, for example, I've got my just a normal reptile license, which allows me to keep, I think it's up to 2 reptiles, and I don't have to be checked. But in New South Wales, I believe it's different. And there are certain limitations, like certain reptiles that I'm not allowed to keep on that license. Fuck, I didn't realise there were 2. So yeah, if I wanted to, I could like have a snake and a turtle as a pet. But if I wanted anything more, like if I wanted 2 turtles and a snake, I'd have to apply for a different license. That is in Queensland. Again, I think it's different in New South Wales. Well, I know it is different in New South Wales. Yeah, my cousin, one of Blackie's boys, breeds blue-tongue lizards. And yeah, if he ever got caught, he could face some serious fines. Oh, really? That's a bit unreal. But there's no like reptile license. Because yeah, you've got your, I know you've got your reptile license, and then you need a, well, there's an exotic animal license, which you have to jump through hoops to get. The exotic animal in question has to be like spayed and neutered. Has to be kept in very certain conditions. There was a case down on the Gold Coast where I think it's, yeah, red-eared sliders. I could be wrong, like, of the name. I know it's an American turtle. Where they're not allowed in Australia. But yeah, somehow someone got a pair into Australia and released them. And that basically became a pest. So like they were introduced into the ecosystem of the Gold Coast rivers, and they basically just overran it to the point where they were destroying the natural order. Not the natural order, but like, yeah, they were decimating the population of a certain type of animal, fish, that were the native turtles' food. So the native turtles were basically dying out. Yeah, there's certain snakes that we're not allowed to keep. Oh, wow. Yeah, like, you don't have to get a reptile license if you're only having one reptile. Like, if you're only keeping, like, one turtle. I think the minimum was, like, if you have two or more. Yeah, all good, man. I really appreciate you jumping in, man. As I was saying, I was up last night watching the January 6 hearings, so I didn't really sort of plan on streaming this late. But no, I appreciate you jumping in and hanging out. Oh, that's right, yeah, that was a bit earlier on in the stream where I was calling Odin a voyeur. Or whatever that word is, where, you know, people like to Yeah, I saw something about that. I saw something about how Tucker Carlson was streaming it or something, but he wasn't playing any of the audio and was just basically talking shit over it the whole time. Well, I suppose when they've got so many people that are involved in it with them, yeah, they probably want to hide that fact from their sheep. I do not have the arrows to deal with that bullshit. Yeah, there's no media outlet over here that is airing them. Yeah, yeah, exactly. When you've got so much invested in putting out bullshit, you wouldn't show something that says your bullshit is bullshit. So yeah, exactly. And yeah, you don't want the I think Stephen Colbert called him the commander in queef. Yeah, there were even a few times where, he didn't like what they were saying on Fox News, so he tweeted something nasty about them, and then they released something the next day saying that it was all wrong and they were wrong for saying it. Just me, or did it get lighter? Yeah. Yeah, I do watch a few of his clips on YouTube. And just the names that he just says, it's just fucking hilarious. He's a huge fan of New Zealand, Stephen Olbear. Partly because he's a huge fucking Lord of the Rings fan. Phony soprano. I did watch the his monologue from like last night or something. It was after the Jan 6 hearings. But yeah, I can't even remember what he said this time. Like the name that he said. Yeah, the best one that I've heard was the Commander-in-Chief. And that was quite a while ago. I'm gonna see if I can kite this troll all the way to where that abomination was. Get the two of them to fight. Come on. Ouch. Come on, keep following me, buddy. I want to see a fight between a big blue naked goblin and a four-legged fucking tree. Ouch. Keeps walking away. Oh, wow. Fuck. Thank you. Oh, Wraith Trophy. Oh, what's that you've sent me? Is that a clip of all the times that is said something? Like, all the different names? Oh, sweet. Definitely suss it out. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Ouch. I'm just taking out my blue dog for a walk. I'm gonna sick him on this tree. Oh, fuck. The Tangerine Palpatine. Oh, that's gold. I'm gonna get these two big monsters to fight each other, hopefully. Yes, yes. Yeah. No, what is it? Good. Ah, oh, prick's running away. I can come back here and fight my blue dog. Oh, it's fighting a leech now. Come on. I want these two to fight. But not me. Just between themselves. Good. Good. Oh, if the troll had full health, would have been a pretty fair fight. Have to help the troll out a bit. Troll's gonna die. Yep, there it is. Fuck, I got a bit of coin out of that. Right, back here. Yeah, okay, so that's where the chest is. Yeah, I'll go through and mine out as I can, what I can. Still a shit ton left in here. But yeah, in this game, there's every now and then, sort of off in the distance, there'll be like this hooded figure looking at you. And it's meant to be Odin. That's just sort of watching you as you progress through the game. And yeah, when I first started in the swamp on this stream, I was just dying left, right and center. Well, no, I don't think I was dying, I was just in a really fucked situation. And ended up calling, yeah, Odin a voyeur because he was watching me get fucked. Yeah, I was surrounded by all these mobs. I think I did end up getting killed. And yeah, he was just standing there watching me. And they got a few more spots.
What's to do? Yeah. He definitely was watching me. And I was getting fucked at the time. Not in a literal sense, but in figuratively. Yeah, this game is all about, like, being the 10th realm in Norse mythology, where Odin plucks you up. Well, yeah, Odin puts you here to take on these big spirits that he's lost control of. So, too heavy. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Need that. Don't need that. Shit. There we go. Oh, wow. Been streaming for close to 4 hours again. I honestly wouldn't say it's as prevalent. No, that's not the right word to use. Like, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of politicians who are really religious. Our last Prime Minister and current Prime Minister are both religious people. Our current one isn't as out and about with it. Our last one, very much so. We definitely do have a separation of I wouldn't say pervasive either. It's our politics do have a very, like, we don't, they don't bring religion into politics, even just on quoting shit from the Bible, or saying that, you know, it was my faith that guided my decision. We've got a very straight line of separation of church from politics, or religion from politics, I should say. Yeah, like quite a few big names in politics that are very religious, but they just I wouldn't say it's looked down upon, but it's very it's almost like a taboo to use their religion in politics, or, you know, say that their decision was swayed by their faith. There are moments where, you know, they might say, "Oh, I thank God for this." Yeah, we're definitely not on that level where, you know, our leaders of the country go out and pose in front of a church holding a Bible. Yeah, there's a very direct separation of church and politics. Yeah, it's not to say that, like, I know when during Scott Morrison's last term as Prime Minister, he definitely reminded people of his faith, but again, it didn't. Well, we never heard him, you know, saying that it was his faith that guided his decision. Whereas, you know, his faith might very well have guided his decision. It was just, he never said it. Because, yeah, it'd be a big uproar if it did. Like, there was his particular faith, one of the priests, or the father of one of the priests, or it's like the founder of the church that he belongs to, was being investigated of child abuse, sexual abuse towards children. Yeah, no, we very much toe the line of the separation of church and state. But yeah, Scott Morrison definitely sort of pushed the boundaries on that. There was a bit where he was invited to a state dinner by Trump, and he wanted to bring along the pastor of his church or some shit like that, but the pastor was under investigation of... I don't think it was the pastor himself, but it was the father of the pastor. And the pastor knew of it, but he didn't act on it. Where, you know, he wanted to take that person along to the state dinner as well, but there was a huge uproar in Australia about it. Of course, because of the nature of the allegations, but as well as, yeah. I'm also the very same as you, Huawei. I don't believe in God. I went to a Catholic school. My mother taught at a Catholic school. My younger brother and younger sister both went to Catholic schools, but far from being religious. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's unreal. Pretty sure that's this crypt cleaned out now too. One of my friends that I went to school with had a very good analogy. Well, probably not analogy, but saying about religion. Excuse me. Religion is a lot like a penis. It's all well and good to pull it out and show it off, but as soon as you start trying to shove it down someone's throat, that's when you're going to come across problems. Wow. Yeah. And yeah, he went to the same Catholic school as I did. Yeah, my mum still teaches at Catholic schools and everything like that, only because they're all private schools as well, so the pay is better in private schools compared to public schools. But I think she is converting. I'm not exactly sure of the branch of religion of what she's trying to get into or whatever. You know, it's her choice. But yeah, she's a divorcee, remarried and everything like that. So my younger sister's a half sister. Same mum, different dad and everything like that. But I think one of the reasons that she's also converting as well is something to do with senior positions within, or certain administrative positions like principal, deputy principal and vice principal and all that shit. They have to be practicing Catholic or what have you. Like, yeah, she's been teaching secondary school for over 10 years. She's held senior positions before and everything like that, but I think she's getting held back in applying for certain positions because originally of her non-faith. That's why she's trying to be recognised. But because she is remarried, she's she had to have this interview with some particular investigator from the church or some shit like that to work out why they got divorced and everything like that, and my father was being a prick about it and so on and so forth. Dogma, dude, is one of my all-time favourite movies. I did a school project on it while I was at this Catholic school, which is pretty fucking funny in my opinion. Yeah. One of my all-time favourite movies is Dogma. Is that a clip that you've sent me from Dogma as well? Oh, the full movie on fucking YouTube. Wow. I do have a copy of their DVD somewhere, but I don't... Oh, I've got a PlayStation fucking 4, so I should be able to play it on there. Yeah. Fucking awesome movie, man. I haven't seen his latest movies though. Tusk, I think, is one of them. I think it's meant to be like a bit of a trilogy sort of thing. I definitely need to, yeah, suss out his the latest movies. Because it was meant to be the return of Jay and Silent Bob as well. Not like the return of Jay and Silent Bob. That movie. Yeah, Tusk is kind of like a human centipede type movie where someone gets... I think it happens all up in Alaska or some shit. Where someone gets kidnapped and surgically modified to look like a walrus. I can't say that I have seen Red State. Is that one of his latest ones? So I think he was talking about making three new movies. What was Tusk like? I remember only seeing, like, I think it might have been a bit of a trailer ages ago, but yeah, I didn't really sort of look into it because I think it was still in production or some shit. Red State. Did it get much coverage or anything like that? Or publicity? Can't say that I've heard the name. Maybe I have and just forgot about it. Excuse me. Yeah. I sort of, I didn't know that he fell in love with a walrus. I thought it was, yeah. I knew it was all about, him abducting someone and turning them, like, yeah, into a walrus. Wasn't one of them, like, Kevin Long or some shit? Justin Long, that's it. This motherfucker. That's 1 star. Oh, yeah, yeah. That was another good movie too. Wasn't his partner the fella who played fucking Superman in Superman Returns? Is that the person who plays, what is it, Captain Atom in the Arrowverse series or some shit? Like The Flash and Green Arrow and... I thought he did play, Superman before Henry Cavill. Oh, no, sorry. Justin Long's partner in Zack and Miri Make a Porno, because wasn't he a director of gay pornography or something? And then when they actually sort of meet up with him later on, he's got his partner, Brendan Ruth, there. Oh yeah, yeah. Another good movie to watch. Yeah, I was only talking to someone about Idiocracy the other day. Was it fuck it, using Mountain Dew to water their crops? Oh wow. Fuckers, get away from my boat. What have we got in here? Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah, there's only one scene that sticks out of my head, sticks out of my mind about the Zack and Miri make a porno. Is the scene where Jason Mewes' character is explaining to Seth Rogen's character what a double Dutch rudder is. It might even be better going down that way, mapping out a bit more of the world. Yeah. Yeah, that movie was fucking gold. Excuse me. That was a Seth Rogen movie, wasn't it? Oh, what? Can we get Tracy Lord's first sex tape in Australia because legal age is 16? legal age to have sex? Is that what you're meaning by legal age, or? I think... Because wouldn't it still be rated R18? Maybe not, I don't... New South Wales, Queensland, it is. I think Northern Territory, it's 17. Um... Oh. Oh. I'm not too sure about that Huawei, man. Like, the movie itself would be rated R18, like, only 18-year-olds would be able to purchase or rent the movie if there were still video stores around the place. But yeah, just because of her age itself, maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, I would have a feeling, I have a feeling that maybe not, just because of her age itself. Not legally, anyway. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I don't know. It's make me feel very uncomfortable if I did. That makes sense? Yeah. We're all weird in our own weird way, but that's just sort of pushing the extremeness of how weird you want to be, I reckon. There's two big fuck off turtles here. I'm gonna see if I can climb on their backs and get some of that sweet, sweet chitin. If my boat doesn't float away on me. The abyssal barnacle. Wonder if I'll be able to get enough before it starts. Maybe. I was just thinking that actually. Shit. $25 or $50. Should mark where that turtle is as well. Fuck, how old would have she been in that movie? Ah, that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I'm not entirely sure about that one. I know Rockstar had to jump through a few hoops to get GTA 5 released in Australia. I don't think we can get 50 Cent's game that he released over here. There was South Park's game, the Fractured Butthole. Some scenes were heavily censored in Australia. Yeah, not entirely sure about Manhunt. Um, yeah. Another swamp there. Might have to suss out. I'm sure I'd be able to maybe download a cracked version of Manhunt and get like a bit of an emulator happening on my PC and play it that way. Shit. Yeah, okay. He must have been like, yeah, as I said how I'd get it, or Manhunt. He might have shit, did I just do a full circle? Yeah, he might have gotten it downloaded it and played it on like an emulator or something. Because yeah, I know that it was banned in Australia. Thinking about it, I'd have a feeling that Manhunt would have been banned here as well. I do remember seeing like a list of banned games in Australia somewhere a couple years ago. And there were quite a fair few games on it, which was rather surprising. Well, now that I think about it, not really surprising. Does he do like a full playthrough of Live or Die Trying? Or is it just like a few clips of gameplay here and there? Ah, okay. Yeah. Did I already say something about the YouTube channel Let's Game It Out? Did I say that earlier on in the stream? Because yeah, I think in the last stream I got Let's Game It Out and Modest Pelican sort of mixed up about playing games to try to break them. Okay, sweet. Definitely suss that out. I've always been a bit interested in that game. Seeing as though, yeah, it was banned over here, I want to see what warranted it being banned. Oh, yep, okay, so Let's Game It Out. Yeah, it's just a single fella, but, Neebs Gaming was the, yeah, the fella with the southern accent. Yeah, I think I got, Let's Game It Out and Modest Pelican mixed up in the last stream. Because they sort of speak in they both sort of speak with a monotone sort of style. Very dry sort of humour as well. Oh, I actually thought he named the game the same as his album. Oh, okay. Oh no, didn't he have a movie that was Live or Die Trying as well? I gotta pay attention to where I'm sailing because I don't want to beach myself again. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie myself. Shit. Shit. Wonder if this boat's gonna be too big to get through here. Hope not. Worst comes to worst, I'll just jump out and dig down a bit. Fuck. Shit, what am I on? Oh, it's a rock, of course. Shit. Shit. That sucks. I think I'm gonna get stuck here. Maybe. might have to come back here and fucking, yeah, get rid of that rock. I was just about to say that fucking sailing the longboat down the creek here was giving off a real Viking feeling. So what type of your house are you sussing out? Is it one that your old boy was looking at? Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, yep, fair enough. My stepdad is actually going back into the doctor this coming Wednesday to check on the bits of his face that he just had cut out. Ex Air Force fella. He was someone who sourced all the parts and everything for all the planes. So even though he was Air Force, he was based on like a lot of aircraft carriers. So he did a lot of work outside, and you know, as they are, young, dumb, full of cum. Yeah, he had a lot of skin cancer, both on his face and back, and yeah, every now and then he gets more and more cut off. He actually has a bit of skin that they grafted onto his nose from his back, and every now and then it'll fucking grow hair on it. And yeah, he's always a bit out of it. Bit worse for wear after getting shit cut off. Yeah, fair enough. I think where they took the bit of skin from was his lower back. Close enough for both my sister and mum to, yeah, call him an arse face. Um, yeah, I was probably about a good 30 centimeters away from being impaled by a fallen down tree. From my right side to my left side. Like, if was impaled, it would have gone through my right side just under my nipple and pretty much come out like just above my shoulder. And the only thing that saved me was a young tree that's probably about as thick as a forearm. I was working at a restaurant about 40 kilometers away from where I was living. It was the last shift working with a head chef, and I had one drink. So yeah, I would have finished work at about 9:30. Had a drink with him, waited around until about 11:30, almost midnight, and was on my way home. Went from 60k zone to an 80k zone, so I was speeding up to get to 80 kilometers per hour, and a fucking wallaby jumped out of nowhere, and I tried to swerve to not hit it and lost control of my car, spun out, ended up in a ditch, and yeah, I was about 30 centimeters, 40 centimeters away from this fucking fallen down tree. Pretty big fucking tree as well. And yeah, the only thing that stopped my car from going any further was a young tree about the thickness of a forearm. It was fucking, yeah, scary as well, because it was in like a phone service dead spot, like black spot. So no reception. I couldn't get out my driver's side door, so yeah, our steering wheel in the cars over here are on the right side. So I had to climb over to the left side, get out of my car, climb up this ditch, and I was basically running down the road with my phone in my hand, running back into reception to try and call. I was still living at home, trying to call my mum to basically just tell her what had just happened. As soon as I called her, let her know what was going on, I called my boss at work, let him know what was going on. And then, yeah, next day, fucking boss from work came down with his ute, with a winch on it, winched my car out, and the steering on my car was better than it was when it went in. It's definitely made me a more paranoid driver and passenger. Fuck, that was over 10 years ago. What about yourself? Any bad accidents? Like, I've almost cut my pinky finger off while I've been at work. Ah, fuck, dude. Fuck. That would have fucking hurt. So, very lucky to still be here, yeah? That's fucking... That sounds insane, man. Yeah. Yeah, wow. That's just fucking insane, man. Kind of makes mine the, I've heard that fucking the Jeep Wrangler has had some issues. But yeah, your accident definitely makes mine sound like nothing. No, I guess I was, very lucky. Would there be much type of work for you to do if you did, if you were able to go back? Like, would you be able to go back to what you're working, what field of work you were in before? Yeah, no, I've definitely heard of the Wrangler having issues. Yeah. Did you get any type of like? Yeah, okay. Righto, well, wait, I got a choice for you to make. So with this shield that I'm going to be making, I've got 4 choices to choose from. Which one looks good for you? Since you've been here since... Fuck, yeah. You've been here the most during my streams, so... Yeah, in all honesty, man, I haven't heard good things about the Wrangler. Oh, that's good to know that you, well, not good to know, but yeah, it's good to know that they actually fucking took a bit of responsibility for it. Yeah, sweet. I'm sure that they would have tried to, do as much as possible to not fucking have to give you any type of compensation. Did I really just use up all my fine wood? Nah, you're all good, man. I think there is a bit of a delay between the actual stream and the gameplay itself. I thought the it was pretty spot on, but yeah. No, all good, man, all good. Yeah, I do think there is a bit of a delay between the gameplay and the stream itself as well. That probably doesn't help either. Yeah, I think that was one thing that the my old program that I was using to stream had over OBS was that it was actually live. There wasn't a delay. Like, yeah, I think there's only like a 5-second delay between what I'm actually doing and the stream itself, but yeah, the other program I was using, it was proper live. Yeah. It's weird because I've got 2 monitors set up my PC. I've got OBS open on one monitor and I've got like, yeah, playing Valheim on the other. But I've also got YouTube up on my my phone just to see what it looks like on, like, yeah, YouTube. And your comments pop up on YouTube like maybe 2 to 3 seconds before they pop up in OBS. Yeah, there is probably some type of setting I can fuck around with in OBS itself to shorten the delay between gameplay and stream. But yeah, I haven't really fucked around in OBS too much. Yeah, I'm really liking the color of the shield now. Since you said it looks like the umbrella from Resident Evil. What am I missing from that? No, feathers and iron. I was watching this video a while ago of this fella who put up a he made like this squirrel maze sort of thing to stop them from eating from his bird feeders. And like all the different obstacles that he was putting together, throwing at these squirrels to stop them from getting into his bird feeders was just absolutely unreal. Like the intelligence that the little fuckers have. Like there was a bank vault that they get access to if they pass through all these obstacles. And yeah, just the amount of intelligence that those little fuckers have was just, yeah, it blew my mind. My grandparents, Blackies folks, when they were a bit more mobile, they used to feed a lot of the birds. Yeah. Magpies, kookaburras, the willy wagtails, rainbow lorikeets. And yeah, like they'd been doing it so long that, you know, it was like generations of birds they'd be feeding. But yeah, they don't much do it these days. I got photos of his Blackie's dad sitting on a chair out in their veranda with, I think there might have been like 20 odd rainbow lorikeets sort of sitting around his feet, and a few of them up on his arms and everything like that. So are you in like a high-rise apartment? Yeah, yeah, that'd be the way to do it. Oh, okay, yep. Oh, did it just give birth outside the fence? Shit. Shit. Righto. Need to fix that. It was so close to the fence that the baby squeezed through the fence while it was coming out of the parent. What do I need? Wood. So is it like a an older apartment, or is it a pretty new one? Yeah, all good, man. All good. Get in there, you little shit. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the house we're in here is like so fucking old. It's like a good Oh, 1.5 meters up from the carpet. It's got like this accent sort of chipboard looking fucking thing. One of those recessed lounge rooms. Yeah, it gives off a real like 60s, 70s vibe. So it's not new, but it's not old. Not as old as the place that we're in. Full set of iron gear. Well, armor. Need an iron axe and an iron pickaxe. 20 and 20. 3 cold wood. 4 normal wood. Yeah, I live in a place called Stanthorpe, which is in Queensland. It's about 3 and a bit hours west of Brisbane. Probably the same amount of time. 3.5, 4 hours from Blackie's place. It's a winery, sort of. All good, man. Go and build a log cabin. Yep. Should mention that to Blackie. Yeah, I believe he's a firm believer of just going straight into the shower after wrestling a crocodile. I saw it was like one of those inspirational quotes. You only need 2 sheets of toilet paper to work out you need 3 sheets. But you only need 3 sheets of toilet paper to work out you only needed 2. The chef that I was working for when I had my accident, he used to call bog roll shit tickets. Fair enough, fair enough. Have you heard anyone call the toilet the dunny? Just going to the dunny? Ah, okay. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, it's not one that I hear too often. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people over here that use the word loo. If they're trying to be a bit more polite about it. As if trying to take the piss on the British. Like, yeah, to me, saying going to the loo is a bit more polite than saying that you're going to the toilet. Or, you know, you're just going to the bathroom. Yeah. Going to the dunny's a bit more crude, so to say. Oh yeah, straight up. Going to the shitter, yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I think over here a lot of people would probably say I'm just going off, hopping off to the loo. Instead of, you know, I just need to go to the restroom. Just popping off to the loo. But then you have, you know, people like Blackie and myself where we're going off to wrestle a crocodile or going off to build a log cabin, drop the kids off at the pool. Yeah, my go-to was always to drop the kids off at the pool, but since I heard the is going to go build a log cabin, it's definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, I'm actually really curious about where Blackie got the whole wrestling a crocodile from, because I'd never heard him say it until, yeah, one of his streams, watching one of his streams. Yeah. Wank, fap, rub one out. Lesser known one is probably Stroke the One-Eyed Lizard. The One-Eyed Snake. The Trouser Snake. Fuck, my eyes were just way off. Look at those lines. So perfect, aren't they? Compared to this side. Yeah. Yeah, yep. Jerkin, you gherkin. Like on my other world, I've got these farm plots where, yeah, if they're not planted straight, I can't get the maximum amount of crop. So I'm usually pretty OCD about it, but yeah, these plots are a bit, yeah, meh. I knew I had room to spare. Oh, what am I looking at? Do I want to upgrade anything? No. It's, I don't normally drink myself. It's really only when I'm hanging around Blackie that I'll drink. It's one of those things, I could take it or leave it. I've never really been big on drinking. I've had a fair few too many nights where I've woken up in places where I don't know how I got there. When I was living in Mullumbimby, working in Byron Bay, I was drinking way too much. I'd go through a bottle of Wild Turkey a night. Just one of your 750ml bottles. I used to smoke weed quite a fair bit as well when I was working down in Byron. Yeah, I'd usually be buying a bottle of turkey on my way home from work every day. And probably going out and buying a bag of weed every 2 to 3 days. And that, yeah, kind of got to a point where I needed to stop that. Just waking up and feeling like shit going to work. But it was kind of like the fucking, was it the culture of being a chef? And especially in Australia, you know, chefs are pretty... Okay, so, yeah, when I first started working in the kitchen during my apprenticeship, my first chef that I worked for, said there were 3 types of chefs: drunks, druggos, and gays. And he was fucking spot on. I've worked with my fair share of chefs, and they've either been drunks, druggos, or gay. Yeah, since I took a break from chefing, I haven't really, I haven't really smoked that much pot. Usually when I'm off going and seeing Blackie, that I'll, have a smoke and he'll swing me a little bit to go home with me. Quite a few people I've met in the industry that don't smoke cigarettes, man. Yeah. I was smoking before working in hospitality, but working in hospitality definitely made me smoke more. Oh shit. I'm getting raided. Oh, who to go first? Skeleton, get that fucker out of the way. Last time I was over there, I was tempted to. There was... Yeah, I was using Blackie as like a guinea pig to see how it would go. We were both pretty inebriated at the time. And he grabbed a spoonful and downed it. And then probably like 5 minutes later he was yeah, over in the paddock chundering his guts up. So that kinda put me off it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was very tempted to until he started throwing his guts up. Was that a fucking skeleton in my farm? You fucking is killing his fucking... Oh, what a prick. He only got rid of one, but still. Yeah, I think next time I go over, I might, stick my pinky in it. I think speed is the hardest thing I've done, man. But no, I can't say that I've done, yeah, any of those three. Like, I've done a fair decent amount of pills and shit, but like crushing pills up and snorting it. I'm not sure what, yeah, base they were though. Wasn't really the type of person to ask. It's just usually, oh yeah, you want some of this? Won't say no. Yeah, no, I haven't stuck anything in my arms. Can't believe that fucker was in my farm. Yeah, I've had sinus issues, but I think that came around from actually smoking bongs too much. Got an infected hair follicle or something in one of my nostrils and ended up getting worse to the point where, yeah, it was had polyps formed to the point where they were deviating my septum to the point where, yeah, I could not breathe out of my nose. Like, even now, I still have issues with sinuses. I have to constantly blow my nose every now and then. I do remember, one night I was around at a mate's place, and we were sprinkling a bit of the fucking oxy on top of our cones on the bong. No, I think what we're doing, we're actually fucking sprinkling it in a little bit in our J's that we were smoking. Yeah, all good, man. All good. I appreciate you hanging around and having a chat and everything. Hope your old boy feels better soon after getting his face hacked up. And yeah, I'll try to stream again pretty soon, because I think I left this one a little bit too late. Yeah. But nah, man, thanks for hanging out and chatting. And I will catch you later. See you, man. Right, I think I will actually end the stream here as well. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see everyone again soon. See yous.